welcome. Alright. I am here. It is Thursday. It is currently 8 p.m. I'm pumped. I'm ready. I've been wanting to play this game for a long time. It's fun. Oh, we're gonna be continuing it. Love the way you say thank you. Oh no, thank you. How are you? How was your day? Also, I don't know, you celebrate, but Happy New Year. Thank you. Happy New Year to everyone. Happy Lunar New Year. It's been good. Oh no, love, I am doing awful. You're doing awful? Why? What happened? Oh no. I spare you the trauma dump. Oh, that's okay. Oh, your day gets better. You know why I always tell myself, like, if I have a shitty day, I just know I'm gonna have a better night. You know? Maybe I'm just superstitious. I don't know. Is this superstitious? I don't know. Sometimes I feel like, maybe my day is getting too good. I know for sure I'm gonna have a terrible night. What about life? Life is eh. In my head, it's just, it is what it is. It is what it is. What can I do about it? Alright. We're gonna play RE7 Biohazard. Should I just start? I really want to play it. I'll probably just not wait for people. I'm being impatient. It's fine. What do you love? What do I love? What do I love? I don't know. I love my dogs. I love dogs. I love I don't know. That's a tough question. You're putting me on the spot here. I love Leon Kennedy. I love Monster energy drink. That's my daily diet. Probably not good, but yep, I love it. Oh, do what you love? Okay, sorry, I'm dyslexic. Okay, I cannot read. I'm also very, yes. Welcome in, folk. Welcome. How are you? Very wholesome. Thank you. Alright. Continue the most saved data. Oh god. Okay. F. I'm also very bad at reading. Thank you for the sub. Thank you for the 5 months. You don't know how to unsub? So you click on your profile picture, you go to subscriptions, and then you see the channel that you subscribe to, and you click cancel. So welcome in, MP. Welcome. Thank you for the head pass, folk. Thank you. Okay. We are here. What was my mission again? Create the serum. Okay. Find the arm in the old house. Find the serum. Okay. Find the ingredients. Open the old house, second floor. Door. Wait, how much? Wait, I'm here. Can I get this now? Huh. Pretty sure I have enough, right? To get that gun. Thanks, I'm gonna go do that now. Good. Okay, I wanna get this gun. This is for sure better than the 44 mag. 9. I have to do it manually? Are you kidding me? What? I have to do this 9 times. Okay. gun has to be better, right? Change. Huh. 44 mag. Handgun. We should keep my pistol, right? I feel like we should keep the pistol. Okay, it has handgun ammo. Change ammo. Handgun ammo. And we have the shotgun. Do I need a knife? I do need a knife, just in case. Crow key. A crank. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna keep that. Okay. Okay. Oh wait, I still need to do this. Okay. This is where we came from, right? Now that I have the crow key... Wait, I have a map. The greenhouse. Wait. Have I been up here? I don't think I've been up here. Treasure photo? Okay. This is the second floor, right? Second floor? Is that mother? Okay, green herb. I don't have enough space. Do I still need a crank? Huh. Now let me put the crank away. Oh my god, I hate the limited space, the limited storage. Wait. Have I been here? I don't think I went in there yet. Okay, I'm gonna put the crank away. I don't think I need it. Or should I put the mag gun away? The magnum. I don't think I need a magnum. I don't have any bullets for it. Oh, let me put this away. Put this away. Put this away. Treasure photo. Okay. I kind of want to keep it though. Okay, let's just keep it. For safety measures. Wait! Now I have magnum ammo. What the okay. Can I equip this instead? One. How do I equip it? Oh, it's fine. I'm just gonna move on. Okay. No flamethrower. I have 10 ammo. Okay. 5 shotgun. And then separating agent. More solid fuel? Is it better to have a... Huh. What can I make? I can make a healing... First aid? Can I? Wait, what the heck is this? Can we combine with some items to separate the camp fluid from the... Okay. Green. No? What can I do with the... Okay, I guess I'll just hold on to it. Pretty sure I need to go down. How far are you? I just got to the old house. Yeah, right now we're battling. Or mother is killing me. Can I open this? No. Okay. Burn a fuel. Okay. Reload. This is suspicious. I feel like there's something here. No? Anything here? Locked on the other side. Do I really need to open that door? Probably not. Probably not. Okay, shotgun ammo. I don't have enough space. I don't have enough space. Huh. I want that though. I want that though. Can I use this? Okay, take this, and then I'll make more first aid. Okay. Hello, welcome in, Dark Saint. Welcome, welcome. How are you? How was your day? Oh wait, there's something here. Something here. Do you want that though? I do want it though. Hi, Shia, how's the game? Welcome, oh! Welcome, man, Crimson. Welcome, welcome. Why is your arm so big? Oh god. Hello. Welcome, welcome. How are you? How was your day, Crimson? Oh my god. How is everyone? How was everyone's day?
Gonna get you.
Oh! Where's she? Oh shit! Oh my god. What the hell? Mother, please! Oh my god. Oh my god, instead of daddy long legs, it's daddy long. It's mommy long arms! Mommy long arms! Oh my god! Give me that, give me that. Do I have to. Oh my god, I have to hear her uterus! Ah! Don't show me your ass! Oh my god! Oh my god, Jesus Christ! Oh god! Hold on. Is she dead? Where did she go? Come here. Okay. Oh my god. Welcome, Miss Zen. Welcome, welcome. How are you, Zen? How's your day?
Come on now with me. We're gonna settle this.
Ow! Oh my god! Run, run. Fuck! Oh god. Can I kill her? Am I able to kill her? Mommy! Mother! Go upstairs, go upstairs. Mother? I keep hearing her groaning everywhere. Fuck! Oh my god, I fell down. Oh! Oh my god, she's right there! Wait, what the fuck? Ow! Ow! Eat that goat! Fuck. Run, Ethan, run! Oh fuck! Run with it! Get on my face! Okay, okay. He's fucking back again! You guys are annoying me! Hold on, guys. How are you not dead? What am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to... Oh shit! Wait, what's God? Stop! Let go of me! Jesus Christ! Oh God, Ethan!
I'm not gonna miss you at all.
These bugs are so annoying! Get down, Ethan!
He's gonna be heartbroken.
Oh my God! Stop! Ow! Okay, I'm about to die. I was unprepared for this. Unprepared. Okay. Oh my God! Okay. Can I leave? What's down here?
You know I'm gonna find you in the end.
No, no, no.
Please, Sheriff. Stay and visit.
Hold on, any heals? Any heals? Any heals? Come on, come on. Heal! Ethan, heal yourself! Ethan, heal. Wait, that is the rest of my heals? Okay. Okay, we're gonna restart. We're gonna restart. Hi, Shay, how's the game? The game's doing good! I was not prepared for this. I didn't know we were gonna fight her right here. Oh my God. I'm very fine. That's good. That's good. Oh God. Hello, hello, hello. I'm good, and you know, I have arrived. Welcome in, Chaos. Welcome, welcome. Also, a stream on a Thursday? Yeah, a stream on a Thursday. You know why? Because, you know, I've been thinking about this game, and I'm like, yeah, I really want to play some Resident Evil. Okay. Yep. Working while doing nothing at work. So you're working but you're doing nothing at work. So are you technically not working? Welcome, Miss Sam. Welcome, welcome. I am Sam, I think. What do you mean you think? What do you mean you think? Okay. No, we're gonna go back. I see Shempi on her classic RE strat of no ammo. Okay. Okay, I didn't know we were gonna fight her there. Can I leave? Oh, let me leave. No, can I not leave? Oh, there. Okay, I feel called out. Yeah, all you guys who are working, that are not working and watching my stream, you guys should be working. Okay. Crane gunpowder. Wait, what kind of make was this? Separating agent? Can be combined with some items to separate the chem fluids from them. Oh! 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 Oh, can I do this then? What I get? Red? Strong chem fluid. Make another one that. Put this away. Do I need a crow key? I don't think I do. Flamethrower, I need it. Shotgun, I need it. Handgun, I need it. Okay. I already finished work today. What you mean? I mean, you know, besides those who don't have work, I'm calling out the people who do have work. I got a job interview on Monday for a big old job. Really? Oh my gosh. Good luck, Zen. Good luck. Hopefully you don't. Hopefully you pass. You know. Hopefully the pay is good, real good. Okay. How do I unequip this? Is it possible? I want to use my magnum gun. How do I switch to my magnum gun? Oh, how do I make it? How do I unequip this? Oh, wait. Oh my god. I got Gyarados EX decks to adjust. Oh yeah, the new Pokemon packs. Definitely more important than a job, I understand. Oh yeah, definitely. Very much more important. Gotta be tournament ready. Yeah, exactly. I love Pokemon cards. I love gambling. You love gambling. Are you just one of those people who collect Pokemon cards but like don't actually know how to play the the game? I love playing the game. Yeah, I don't know how to play. Okay, what if I put my knife away? I don't want to put my knife away though, just in case. Okay. Anything here? We are gonna fight her again. Fight. Yes, the cools are cool as fuck. Okay. Psychostimulants. Where did I get the burner thingy? The fuel. No, she's gonna be right there, right? She's gonna be right there. Okay. Locked on the other side. Something right there. Wait. It's on the other side. Okay. What? I got the shiny Charizard EX card from the planet. Oh yeah, and it's fucking sick. What if I donate each pack? Will you open them on stream? You want me to open them on stream? I don't know. I don't want to be those kind of people though. A pack opener? I feel like a lot of people do that already. Okay, hold on. Let me focus, guys.
Settle down.
Is she pregnant? Where is she?
I'm not gonna miss you at all.
Gotta shoot you in your uterus! Oh my god. Where is she? I know you're here. Have you guys ever seen those videos? Those people who are like, they're like tempting to cut like the Pokemon packs, and they're like, "Give me 100 likes right now, or I'm gonna cut it." So funny. Okay. Oh my god, you guys are so annoying. Okay.
Come on now. You're not afraid of a girl, are you?
I am. Girls makes me nervous. Oh my god. Hello. Why do I have to shoot her in the uterus? That's so weird. Oh my god. Ew, she spat at me! Oh my god. Get out of here, get out. Oh my god, you guys are so annoying. Oh my god. Am I even supposed to shoot her there? I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure. Where's our thingy? What is that? Oh, she's making another one? Yeah, I'm shooting her in the cooch. Oh my god. Mother.
Don't be like that, Ethan. Show yourself.
Show myself. Stop! Oh my god. Am I giving her an abortion? Is that what this is? Where did she lay her egg? Where is it? Oh my god, oh my god! Oh my god, don't move like that! Wait. Okay, found it. Fucking shit, I'm out of flame. Oh my god, okay. It's fine, it's fine. I need fuel. What's this? Herb? Okay. Hold on, let me... Alright. Oh god. Okay, there we go. No! Shit! Oh my god, why am I reloading? Fucking shit! You guys are so annoying! Get on my face! Oh my god! Fucking run, Nathan! Jesus Christ! Where is it? Did I get it? I didn't get it. Oh my god. Hello, welcome, welcome! Oh my god, freaking! Oh my god, he's so annoying. Where are you? Fucking shit, it was so fly!
Poor Evie's gonna be heartbroken.
Oh my god, fucking mosquitoes! Get out here!
Stay and visit.
My god. No. Fucking go up. Fuck him. I'm getting my ass kicked. Oh god. I'm getting my ass kicked to fucking insects. Jesus Christ. Oh shit. Well, we're gonna go up. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. My god. Wait. I'm freaking dying here. My god. He's fucking flying. You guys are so annoying. I'm out of ammo. Can I leave here? She's laughing at me. Oh god. Okay. Fucking shit. Hold on, can I make another? Where are you? You're so annoying. Oh my god. Where's the other one?
You know I'm gonna punch you in the end.
I need another herb. I need another. Oh wait, I do have another herb.
Come on now with me. We're gonna settle this.
I don't want ammo. Wait. Leave me alone. And bye, I gotta say, I just want to step by and say hello. Good nighty. Good night, Whippoorwill. Thank you for coming by. Thank you, thank you. Shotgun shells. Okay. It's okay, I have shotgun. I have shotgun. I don't want to stab you in the cooch. There's another bug here. I hear it. Did I forget something? Come here. Woo! Ew.
You don't even deserve her gift.
Okay. Calm and steady. Calm and steady wins the game.
Pull out the truth.
Calm and steady wins the game. Ah! Oh my god, he's gonna fuck out of me. Is she dead? Oh. She's not dead. How many times did I have to shoot her? Oh fuck. Oh my god, she's like... I need ammo. I need ammo, please. Okay. Wait, how do I switch to my magnum gun? Did I just drop something? I don't know how to switch. Fucking... Oh my god! Get away from me! I'm dashed. Oh god! Wait, I'm not dashed. I'm not dashed.
I'm gonna tear your fucking face off and eat your scrawny head!
Leave me alone. Why am I still alive? Okay, I'm dying to this freaking. Get away from me, Mom! Okay. What the hell? Okay, why is this so hard? Okay. That was a trial run. Trial run. Trial run. Solid fuel. Do I need this? Do I need it? Okay. Oh, is that how I move it? Okay. Do I need this? Okay. Okay. I think you know so much. I want the bug nest downstairs. Okay, I was in a state of panic. All right. I was in a state of panic. I didn't know what to do. She was, you know, it was 2v1 technically. Okay. I got this. I got this. Wait. Oh, the gate is blocking the way. Oh. I need my knife. Okay. Shotgun shells. This thingy. Do I need that? Not really. Okay. Over here. Bugs right there. Bugs right there. Okay. What did we say about panicking? Stop it. I'm trying. Okay. Calm and steady wins the game. Calm and steady wins the game. I'm gonna shut up and play the game. Okay? No talking, no talking. Just shoot.
Gotcha!
Oh my god. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god, she falls down like a like a spider. Was this handgun ammo? Ha 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 ha. Where is she? Oh my god, this. Stay still, stay still. Okay. Calm and steady wins the game. Calm and steady wins the game.
Boy, Evie's gonna be heartbroken.
Who are you?
Don't leave, Cher.
Okay. Where did she go?
I'm not gonna miss you at all.
Where did you go? No! Oh my god.
Bless your heart. You know I'm gonna fight.
come up. Come here. Come here. Okay. Another whole clip in here. Welcome in, June. Welcome, welcome.
Don't look up!
Don't look up. Oh shit! Fine.
Way out of this!
Okay. Give me long arms. Get out of here. Oh fuck. Oh shit.
You're not afraid of a girl, are you?
I am. Mr. Bug. I hear you. Am I paranoid?
Settle down. Settle down.
Come here. Oh shit, I had to reload. Don't come here, don't come here. Oh, God. Ew.
Still got some spike in your heart.
You coochie rotten, ma'am. She coochie slammed me. Oh god. She coochie slammed me. No way. Run. Oh god. Fuck. Where's she? Where's she? Oh god, what the heck you doing? And I'm scared to her. And nothing! She keeps flashing me. Where is she? Oh! Don't do that, please. Is she dead? She dead? Is she dead? Okay.
You can stay dead, okay?
Oh, I got a lantern. Is she actually dead? I don't think she's actually dead, right? Are you gonna play the next right after this, right? Yes! I do want to. Village? I do want to play Village. Oh wait, I didn't even use. I used how many heals did I use? I used one heal. All I had to do is just stay on the top floor. Second floor seems so dangerous. Okay, what's in here? Shotgun shells. That is fine. Okay. Yeah, you want? Nice. I don't need more space. Solid fuel. Okay, I'll take that. I don't even. Why do I not have space? Burner fuel. Okay. Chem. Handgun ammo. Oh wait. So how was your day, everyone? How was everyone's day? I don't have any space. I don't have enough space. Oh. Okay, I don't need this. Do I need this? Can I just trash it? I'm gonna trash it. Cause I want this instead.
What's up, baby?
Oh my god!
Like that? Anytime, baby.
Anytime, baby. What's up, babe? Jesus Christ! Don't play my clip. This is so cringe. Sometimes I like question myself why I act the way. Why I act like that? Why did I act like that? That was like 5 months ago, Shen. Okay. Jesus Christ. Okay, where do I go now? Isn't cringe kind of the charm of your channel? My charm is cringe. Alright? My charm is cringe and shameless. Okay, this part is open now. More handgun ammo. Is that it? Okay. We're gonna save. We are gonna save. Is it open? Hold on, let me put some stuff away. Do I need the crow key? I have a feeling I might need it. I don't know. Do you? I don't know. Did I news it already? I wish it kind of like it tells me. I wish it tells me. Maybe it's Zoe's bra. My god. Limited space. Okay. We keep all this. Do I need chem fluid? Do I need this now? Do I? Okay, let's just keep it for now. You know what? I'm gonna put the magnum away. Put it away. I'm gonna put it away. Okay. That way I have 2 spaces for craft items. Okay, what do I need the lantern for? Not for this, right? Crack the serum. Open the old house to the 2nd floor. Okay. Was it in here? Did I have to use it in here? 2nd floor. Key right there. We went through here already. We went through here. Over here? Kiss room? Wait, this is the altar. I don't think I have to go here, right? This is where I came from? I'm so lost. Oh my god. Wait, did I go down here? Should I go down here? I don't know if I should. Okay, greenhouse. Old house, 1st floor. The opposite way, okay. Main house, old house, okay. Oh my goodness. Jump into the whole streamer? No balls? Jump in streamer? You know, you're right. I do have no balls. So welcome in, Dave. Welcome. How are you? How was your day? Am I going the right way? Okay. Right, I got it right. Yep. I got no balls. Okay. I need the lantern here, right? For sure. Second floor. How did I get to the second floor? First floor. Oh, is it this door? How do I get there? The altar. Okay. Oh wait, I didn't use the crow key, right? Ah, okay, I know where to go now. Okay, I know where to go now. Okay. I forgot. There was this part here. The little balancing thingy. I remember. Okay. Wait a second, do you need the lantern to complete one of the shadow puzzles? No, it's for this one. This thing. Right here. To open this door. The most unrealistic thing about this game is that the family of four could afford to buy an entire pre-war manual complex in the year 2017, right? Yeah, also like who built all of this? Anyways, you know? Oh my god. It's a crocodile? It's a crocodile, guys. Wait, there's nothing in here? What? Oh, it's a swamp puppy? Oh, dinosaur? Who kicked that? Evelyn? My family! Okay. Shoes in the drawers. And there's like 7 of the same pairs. Kinda suspicious. I think it might be a family estate, but it's still fucking expensive. It's like 7 buildings. Right? And there's like fucking like... Bro, this is... Oh my god. There's multiple floors too. Okay, multiple baby dolls. In the wardrobe. What is this? Shipwrecked? Titanic? And then Freddy Fazbear. Before he turned evil. It's a gap. Do I just keep going? They are all left shoes. Check for me. Left shoes. Are they? Yeah, you're right. No. This one right here, the one on the bottom. It's a right pair. Is it a right pair? It's the right side of the shoe. Yeah, but most of them are left. That's funny. That'd be even more insane if it was all left shoes. Okay, that side's blocked. Oh, are we gonna fight the goop monster again? Oh my god, what the fuck? The goop monster. Something's wrong with her. Okay. Leave that open. Nothing here? Evelyn! Wait, am I gonna fight Evelyn now? Evelyn?
Stay away.
I'm gonna kick you. Show yourself, Evelyn. Stay away. I wish I could, okay? I would have left so long ago. But Ethan here wants to be a hero. Okay, a bed right in the middle of the bedroom. Not even against the wall. That's psychotic behavior. Okay. Right in the middle. Who does that? Okay, dollhouse. Okay. That's her bedroom, right? What? Do I just... Oh, it's a door! Kinda creepy. Is that her? Oh my god, is that her? Is she mummified? Hold on. Food? Oh, it's the arm. Ew! Ew! D-series arm. Ew, it's going out! Oh my god. If I turn around, she's gonna be behind me, bro. I swear. I knew it! I knew it! I knew it! I knew she was gonna be there. I knew it. Evelyn. Evelyn, come here. I'm a nice adult male. Would you like to come play with me? Oh god! Oh my god! Fuck! Fucking get away from me! Oh, Jesus Christ! See, that's what I get for trying to be a predator. It's terrible. Oh my god. Nice adult male, not suspicious at all. Yeah, definitely not suspicious at all. Oh, Jesus. God, I hate fighting these guys. I have 3 bullets. 3 bullets? What is that? There's something there, right? Come here, you gooner. Okay. Okay, we're safe. Da-da-da-da. Who's calling me?
Did you find it?
Yeah, I got it. Are we really gonna be able to make serum with this thing?
It'll be fine. After we make it, we can get out of here. Together.
Where is she
I'm
though?
waiting for you in the trailer.
Alright.
We haven't met Zoe before. Until now. Okay. Thank you for the follow, Squeege. Thank you, thank you. Welcome, welcome. Please tell me if I'm saying your name right. Welcome in, welcome, welcome. Right now we're playing RE7 Biohazard. Lots of fun. Uncover the secret of the old house. Okay. This is part 7 of my Resident Evil series. She's not even here! Oh my god. I thought she was gonna be here. She's just gonna call me
Where the hell
from
are
here?
You know, never mind. We only need the head, and you've got it. This is gonna help me and me, right?
Hey, buddy. I thought you
That's,
should.
that's not even her.
Needed a timeout. She and me.
You said it right. I'm probably gonna fall asleep, but I'm excited to see the gameplay until then. Oh, thank you, thank you.
Just let them both go.
Hopefully you have a good sleep.
That's family business, Ethan.
This is my first gameplay too, so it's a little excited.
Understand?
Or a little exciting.
Now, if you
want the head, feel free to come by any time and I'll give it to you. But only if you participate in a little activity I put together.
Is this guy sawing me right now?
What activity?
Oh, I know you're excited, but don't worry. It's not going anywhere. First step I need you to take, partner, is for you to take a peek inside the fridge in the trailer there.
Kinda, yeah.
You.
Oh, come on now.
Do you
Don't
want to
be like
play a
that.
game?
You want to have some fun, don't you? Now.
I love fun.
In the fridge.
Look in the fridge. Who's that? That's what's his name? Jason? The son? Oh. Oh. The pig is waiting for you in the dissection room. Bitch. Just call me a bitch. Okay. That's so funny. I don't know why it's so funny. Alright. Oh, wait. Did I look at this? I did. The pig is in the dissection room. Dissection room. I had to go all the way here then, right? To the main house. Dissection room. By the morgue. Okay. Well, I still need the snake key. The workshop. How do I get to the workshop? Okay. I have the crow key. For sure, I don't think I need it anymore. Put it away. Okay. Wait, okay, can I save? Where's my save? Over here. Okay. To the main house we go! I can't. I'm so excited to go back in here. Wow. Wow. Memories. Dissection room. How did I get to the dissection room? We here? And then down here. Oh, it's dark. This room, right? Oh, no, it's the room all the way down. Okay. Workshop. And then over here. Oh my god. What the fuck? Alright, Alright, I like to do a thing. I'll be back. Alright. It's Granny! Oh my god! Mother? Alright, thank you for the like, Chaos. Thank you. She's here. How do you get here? Dissection room. Okay. Oh, the room. This is where we killed freaking father. Oh, oh shit! What the fuck? Are you new? Jesus Christ. Okay. I don't wanna maybe go up. This room? This one? Oh wait, it's him! It was his head! Oh! Rigor mortis might have set in. His joints are already stiff. There's a sickly sweet stench. He started rotting already. Proof you're a real man. Stick your hand down the pig's throat. This one? Oh, this guy. Oh. like an actual pig.
Sorry, buddy.
Ugh. Oh, snaky.
That pretty little thing will help you find the 2 key cards you're gonna need to join the party. We're having over here.
He has the fucking intercom. He's sawing me right now. Okay, are you guys dead? Okay. I don't have any bullets. Please die. Please die. Please die. Please die. Oh my god. No. Please die. Okay. Oh god. No, I'm just gonna run away. Since I have the snake key, I'm not coming back here. Do I have to go there? That's fine. Where's Granny? Is she still here? She left. Okay. We run back. Oh god. Fuck it. Get away from me! Okay, up here. Okay. We have to brainstorm here. Oh, let me save one more time. Saving it again. Okay, what do I have? Flamethrower, health pack, the snake key, Lucas. Okay. Not any more ammo. Oh. Should I just take the mag with me then? It's a case. Okay. God. We go back down here. Nothing here, nothing. I know for sure we need a key to go to this door. This one. Hello? Anybody here? You have ammo for me? Okay, why do they have pigs if they're eating people? Oh wait, that just goes around. Okay. What was the point then? I thought it was gonna take me to a new a new door or a new area. It just takes me around. Okay. Guess we go all the way back. There was another snake door in the house, right? In the house. The workshop. A crow key. Wait, I need a crow key? Hold on. I need a crow key. Okay. Let's go to the supply place first. Scorpion key? Crow key. Okay, where's the supply? Go down. Okay. Straight left. Left, right, left. Okay. Left. This key, this key. Okay. Solid fuel. A grenade launcher? Okay, I kind of want a grenade launcher. Not enough space. Not enough space. Shotgun shells. Ooh. Can I make... What is this? Handgun ammo? Oh. Shotgun shells. Grenade launcher. Fuel. Oh my god. Can I make a round trip? Okay, supply room. Workshop room. Okay, let's go back. Put some stuff away and I'm gonna walk all the way back. It's fine, it's okay. Okay, because I really want that grenade launcher. I can put the arm away. I don't need this anymore for sure. Handgun ammo. Knife. Shotgun. Huh. Let me reload. Okay. Now we have 3 space. Okay. And then I can take this. And this. And this. Is there anything else here? No? Do I need a grenade launcher right now? Okay, I'm gonna put the grenade launcher away. Okay, put this away. This away. This away. I can survive with this. This. 8 slots. Okay. The snake room. Where do I go from here? Get a serum from Lucas. Find 2 key cards. 2 key cards. I'm here. How do I get 2 key cards? Oh, okay. 2nd floor up. Master bedroom, storage, kids room. Okay. Okay, why is there so many of them? Don't hit me, please. Okay. Oh my god, Miss House! Look at me. again, right? Okay. Should I go to the master bedroom first? No, wait. Let's go to the kids' bedroom. I feel like it's slightly safer over here. Come here. Oh, Evelyn? Is you here? Shotgun shells. April. Duh. Mommy took me to the hospital in town. They took a photo of my head with a weird machine. Then Mommy bought me a 259-piece puzzle from this toy store. April 1st. Stupid Oliver keeps teasing me. You're a crazy head! April 3rd. Duh. I liked Oliver. I told him to come over for my birthday party. Then shut him in the attic from outside my remote control. He kept crying, "Let me out, Lucas!" Oh, this is Lucas. Okay. This is Lucas' room? I changed the remote control so stupid Zoe can't just go into the attic. I melted it with one of my Inventors Contest trophies. Now she'll never find it. Okay, I thought this was Evelyn's room, kind of. But this is Lucas. Honorable mention. Robotics Championship. Engineer. Okay. There's a junior engineer. More shotgun ammo. Why am I looking at a ball? Oh. More crocodile. Lockpick. Oh! A button. Ah! Green herb. Piano. It's broken. Oliver stopped his yelling, but sometimes I hear him knocking from above. It really stinks! And some weird juice is dripping from the ceiling. Anyways, since I had time, I changed the remote control trophy again. Now it'll be shiny even at night. Okay. Guess we go up. Uh-oh, Stinky. Yup, it's Stinky. I'm 100% sure he like went number 2 up here. You know? Happy birthday. Shannon Stinker? No. You! Wait, this is another shotgun? Model shotgun toy axe. No, you! Renovation contract customer Jack Baker. Baker? But I hardly even know her. Contractor Trevor and Chamberlain Construction. November 10, 1992, November 30, 1992. Installation of shadow activated doorway in main hall. Okay. No, you! Okay, toy axe? I could pick up a toy axe? Okay. Can fluid. I don't have enough. Happy birthday tape. Okay. Oh, wait, I think I got it. I just gotta turn it. Okay. We have one key card. And I don't have space. Oh god. I don't have space. Okay, hold on. I think I can use this. Oh, where's the red? Right here. Okay. I have 2 spaces left. Take this. What's this? Judgment? Judgment. And then... do I need this? I mean, I could pick it up. Do I really need it though? I don't have enough space. It's just a child plaything, so it can't be used as a weapon. Then why can't I pick it up? Oh. It has to be some, like a key to something, right? Can I open this? No? Oh, supplements. Okay, a bat. Hold on, we're gonna go all the way back to the save room. Okay, and put the put the axe away. And read the tape. And read the tape. Right? There's a tape player here, right? No? Wait, there's no tape player here? Put this away. Or... do I need it? Snake key. You know what? I don't think I needed the shotgun. You know, it's fine. I don't want to go back. It's fine. Okay. Hold on, let me look at my map. Monitoring room. Incinerator room. Kitchen, pantry. Okay. Okay. Let's go back to the trailer. I'm gonna go back to the trailer. I really want to watch the tape. Oh my god! You did. Wait, we might as well put this here then, right? And this tape says happy birthday. Happy birthday. Can trespassing idiot solve puzzles?
You, my friend, you are one lucky son of a bitch. No, I actually envy you. What? You don't believe me? This toy? Well, you can't fake this. It has taken me weeks to finish this, and it is finally ready. And it's all for you. Oh, come on now. Don't be like that. It's gonna be fun. Just you wait.
Who are you? Are you real? Candle. Yo, that's so... Wait, is that supposed to be a clown? Okay. Bones. Okay, Lucas. Toilet. Why is it always just like a toilet in the room? Kitchen. Okay. Is that a door? Oh shit, is it leaking gas? Oh. Okay, here.
I'd really like to make it
Oh my god, I am getting Saul.
and not die a horrible, painful death. I know. It's a temp title.
Happy birthday, got a light?
Light it and put it on the cake. And remember to smile. This party is for you.
Okay.
Fuck you!
A winding key. It won't stop coming out? What even is that? Okay. A winding key. Winding key. Put this here. No. Put this here. No? A winding key. What do I need a key for? This? Oh. Burn a candle. Winding key. Winding key. Oh wait. It's missing a finger. Oh god, that's creepy, bro. I hate mannequins. Okay, I need to find a finger. Finger? Ew! Is it that? Is that the finger?
Oh, fucking disgusting.
Ew! God. Ew. Wait, that's not even a finger. Dirty telescope. Dirty telescope. Dirty telescope. Dirty telescope. What can I use the telescope for? Telescope. This? No point of using that there. Okay, can I just technically burn the rope and get in? Like, I technically can do that, right? Okay. I need a code. The addict is spilling everywhere. No. Can I give you the telescope? No? That doesn't fit. Oh wait. No water is coming out. Can I put the telescope here? Huh. Polarizing filter, the dirt on it makes it hard to see through. Oh wait, the code? Oh shoot. Can I look at the code somewhere? Hold on. This wall looks suspicious. No, I can't see shit. Okay. I can't see anything through it. It's fucking dirty. Okay. How do I use it? How do I use it? What if I stand under here and I use it? Will it wash off the dirt? Yes! Okay! Big brain moment! Big brain moment! Okay. Now where do I see the code? Okay. It has to be somewhere, right? Code. Code has to be somewhere, no? Somewhere far that I cannot see. Somewhere far that I cannot see. Somewhere far I cannot see here. Huh. Somewhere far I cannot say. I'm so confused now. What do I need a telescope for? Okay. That won't cut it. Here. I need a code. It's too dark. I don't think I can see anything here though. Can I? Nope. What am I? Oh! Wait, is there something written on here? Nope. I don't like this game you're playing, Lucas. I don't like games. What? 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 I don't know. My small brain. You're making me think. Okay, what do I need a telescope for? What do I need a telescope for? Telescope. For sure to see something, right? What am I seeing? Oh, do I just look here? Oh. Happy fucking birthday. Got a light? Okay, can I just do elimination? Let's do this one first. Okay, I don't know if this is right. Okay. No. Okay, this might take a while. Wait, do I look up here? Is that what I'm supposed to look at? It won't stop coming out. Okay. I need to find a way to get there. How do I get there? Okay. Oh wait! Is that... Hold on. Is that one... Hold on, wait. Let me look at the... Oh god. Let me look at the lock again. Scorpion, hill, flower, person, bird, syringe, lantern, grim, apple, baby, scorpion. Okay. There has to be a way. I just don't know. My small brain. I need a finger. Okay. Need a finger. I have a telescope. I have a candle. Okay. If I walk through here, my fire gets blown out. What am I not looking at? What am I not looking at? Oh. Okay. Pictures. Oh wait, I couldn't burn. Am I dumb? Oh god, I think I'm just stupid, guys. Dude, I was just saying that at the you know, sometimes I doubt myself too much. I doubt myself too much. It will be difficult to open without the password. Difficult to open without the password. 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 Okay. Okay. There has to be something here then, right? Because I'm happy. Happy, happy. Okay, balloons. Oh, do I just pop all of them? Is it possible to do that? Do I have to do that? It seems like the right answer. Pop all the balloons. Bro, this game's so silly. This game's so silly. Okay. Happy. Am I even supposed to do this? I don't even. Oh wait, what's this? A balloon. Okay. Okay. I know what to do. I know what to do. Put the balloon right here. Is it gonna pop? Finger? Finger? Why would you stand right in front of it then? Freaking Ethan. Okay. Quill. I could put this here. He can't hold it properly. He still needs a finger. Oh my god. He still need a finger. Why do you still need a finger? Okay. Is there anything else I'm missing here? No? Is that it? Just the quill. Okay. I still need that. Because I'm happy. What have I not looked at yet? I still need a password. for this. I don't even know. The clues. Okay. For sure, I need a freaking clown. He needs a finger. And I need to open that lock. Okay. What am I forgetting? It'd be difficult to open without password. Can I pop these? No? Can I give him my own finger? Would it be easier if I just give him my freaking finger? See a Shan going to watch John Wick 4 with stepdad, then try to speedrun Back for Blood and Veteran more. Good luck in game. Thank you, Crimson. Thank you. Have fun with your trip with your dad and watching John Wick 4. Have fun. Thank you for coming by. Alright. Okay. Wait. Can I noose it? Hold on. Do I have to noose it here? Is that why? No? No. Wait. Password. There's a reason why I gotta have the telescope, right? What? This looks suspicious. Why do I need this then? I can't even zoom in or anything. Anything? Give me something, please. What do I need this for? I don't know what the telescope is for. Doesn't fit. I did this. Oh my god, Lucas. I don't like your games. Okay, this is only for the candle then. It's missing a finger. Look on the ground. Maybe it's on the ground. Or maybe I'm missing something on the ground. Am I? Okay. Happy birthday, BD. D, B and D. I'm so confused. Okay. Nothing there? It won't stop coming out. I read this line like 20 times and I still don't understand! Okay. It has to be a message, right? Like syringe, baby, and then I don't know this. Animals? There's another animal. A baby? Scorpion, scorpion. Bird, lance. Lantern. God, I really don't want to look it up because I'm a freaking stubborn gamer. It has to be a clue here somewhere. I'm just not seeing it. Okay. Brainstorm, brainstorm. I got a quill, pen, telescope. Quill, telescope, a quill and a telescope, and a candle. A quill, 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 telescope, and a candle. How do I get rid of the water then? There has to be a way to... Oh yeah, no, that's to get rid of the water. Then how do I get that? There's a random balloon here. Password? I need a password. How do I get a password? A nail? Nails. Oh wait, he'll write out the password for me then, right? So if I give him the quill, he'll write out the password for me. But he needs a finger. Now how do I get the finger? I need a code. I'm pretty sure the finger is in the little code box. Now how do I get a code? How do I get a code? And why do I need a telescope? Why do I need a telescope? Why do I need a telescope? I have to look here for sure, right? Why do I need a telescope? God, I'm stuck. Hold on, I'm gonna just look it up. Okay. What is it? RE7? Oh, okay. I'm dumb. Okay. I did need a. Okay. I needed this. And I just gotta look at this. I looked everywhere except for this. Oh my god. Okay. It's the girl, the bird on the hill, and the infant. Okay. Girl, bird on the hill. Oh my god, I'm blind. I'm blind. It's right in front of me. A straw doll. Okay, now, but what do I need a straw doll for? What? What do I need a straw doll for? Can I put this here? What's a straw doll? A straw doll? A straw doll. A straw doll! What? I'm getting like what? Oh wait. Can I burn it? Oh, I can burn it. Finger? Okay, nice. Okay, now I can put the finger there. Put the freaking quill pen there. Turn this on, for goodness sake.
What the fuck is this?
Bro, my brain! Loser? He just gonna call me a loser? Oh my god. Loser. That is me. That is me for getting stuck here for like half an hour? I don't know. Okay. L-O-V. Oh no, not L-O-V. L-O-S. I was gonna write lover. Oh my god. Okay. Now I can take this! God, I wanna leave this place already! Goodness Christ! God, I love puzzles. Alright. Alright, now I could light this candle. Uh-oh. Jesus Christ! I would not survive in a Saw movie. Definitely not gonna survive. Oh my god, he's getting cooked! He's cooked! He's cooked! Am I just gonna burn to death? God. Bro, look, he sounds like he's like laughing. Oh, Lucas, how I am so happy to see your face.
Happy birthday!
Thank you. That took so long! That took so long! My goodness. F you, Lucas. F you. Okay. You know, I can put this away now. And then... This is good. Yeah, yeah. Let me go back inside the house. Oh my goodness, Lucas. You're the death of me. I would rather fight father again than play your stupid little games. Okay. Snake key. Oh! Hello, mother. How are you? How are you? How was your day? Is it a lockpick? Okay. Handgun ammo. I could wind to what? Wait, did I actually do it right? I just guessed. Was I actually right? Oh my god. I'm a freaking genius. Oh my god. I don't know if I did that right. I don't even know what I did. Wait, is it just random? Jack joins the Marines. Alright, Jack. Okay. Wait, what's in here? Photo? Treasure photo. Okay. Herb. Is that it? Wait, it looks like a plan for a weapon of some sort. Oh! Main house. Is that a crow key? Do I need a crow key again? Oh, it's the grenade launcher. Okay. It's a grenade launcher. Got it. Alright. We go down. Hello. Am I gonna get jump scared here? Blood? Okay. So?
Oh my god.
There's nothing here? What's in here? Enhanced ammo. Handgun ammo. Red card! Okay. I don't have space. Treasure photo. Just doing this to make more space, guys. Lockpick. Shotgun ammo. Okay. I really want the ammo though. Huh. Can I drop this? Let me look at it again. I hear something nice here. Mannequin head. Mannequin head. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna drop it. Mannequin head. I just gotta remember where it was. Mannequin head. Mannequin head. You unlocked it? Come here. Where am I? Oh, this is the workshop. Okay. Okay. Oh my god. Please. Oh shit, why is there so many of you? Please get away from me. Oh my god. NT. Oh, NJ. Nice job, Shen. You wasted so much ammo, but it's okay. It's okay. It is. This is fine. Let me save. Yes. Treasure photo. Toy axe, grenade launcher, solid fuel, flame rounds, treasure photo. Rocket handgun. Mia car. Okay. I guess we just go play his little games, right? Oh. Lucas?
Hey, buddy.
So guys, I'm drinking sparkling water.
Cards will get you into the party.
Oh, sparkling
Don't
nice.
be late now.
Let me talk to
Usually
Mia.
I'd be drinking like Monster right now. I could, but I was like, you know,
Haven't forgotten where the party is,
gotta stop
have
this
you?
this
You can get in through the
chronic
courtyard.
addiction
So
I
come
have
on,
to
man.
energy
Everybody's
drinks.
waiting for you.
Okay. I cannot wait to play his games. I've played these games before. I killed you. Did you just spawn again? Oh shit! Ah! There's another one. Bro. Whoa, it's like a clubhouse here. Okay, glow in the dark, fancy. Okay, let's play. I don't want to play. Okay. Hello, Lucas.
Ethan.
Lucas.
Ethan.
Lucas.
Hold on. Looky what I've got.
Are you gonna eat it?
You know what this is for? You know what Zoe wants to do with this?
Oh god. Okay, so Zoe is their sister, right? But she's like the only one who's like sane.
No, Ethan. That ain't special. This right here is special. You see, Ethan, everybody wants to turn back the clock. What? What, Evelyn? I'm just trying to show him. Not everybody wants to go back to how things were. There's a stupid bitch. She doesn't understand that I don't want to go back to how things were before my father found y'all. Everybody wants to turn back the clock. So Ethan, you can crawl around underneath that filthy, rotten house all you want.
How does he have more hair on his face than he does on his head? That's
that serum? Oh, baby. You're gonna have to come through me. You hear?
You want me to go through you? Sure.
Come on, Ethan. What do you say?
Let's go! Let's go!
Fuck!
Okay. Evelyn and Lucas. We know for sure Zoe is good, right? Zoe's good. Damn. Imagine the time he like spent putting up these like plastic sheets. Okay, another herb. Evelyn? Yeah, Evelyn. Okay, I see a tripwire. Shotgun shells. So welcome, Miss Senso. How are you? How was your day? Good morning. Good morning. Can I disable this? Can I? Or do I have to like crouch? Just woke up. Nice. Did you have a good dream? Did you have nightmares? Not gonna lie, I've been having like nightmares. Well, not like nightmares, but like creepy dreams. I mean, I always have creepy dreams, but like, it's been extra creepy. Okay, anything here? How's your day? My day was good. I actually woke up like not that long ago. I woke up at like 5 p.m. Like I woke up 5 hours ago. Oh shit! I didn't even see that one. A fucking tripwire. Who the fuck trip? Okay, who the fuck puts a tripwire vertical? Okay. What the hell? Okay, it's fine. Wait, if I shoot it, I won't get hurt, right? My dream was super good, actually. Really? What did you dream about? Me? Yeah, what was your dream about? I remember my last dream, I was dreaming about like spiders and stuff. There was a bunch of spiders like biting me. It was weird. And now I see why, cause now I'm playing Mr. Evil. No wonder, you know, no wonder. Okay. Okay, that was such a bait. What the hell? That was such a bait. Don't be suspicious. Okay, there's 2 tripwires here. 2 tripwires. This is my handgun ammo.
You have got a good eye.
Don't be suspicious. Okay. How weird will it be to tell people that, hey, I dream about you? I mean, I don't know. I tell people I dream about them. Kind of. Unless it was like a really, really weird dream, and I'm just be like, I don't tell them. So welcome in, Mom. Welcome, welcome. How are you? Oh, you trip on your tripwire and never recover? I did trip on my tripwire. Like, what can I put away? This? 3 herbs. Okay. I think I'm pretty good. You got auto modded. Oh shoot. Oops. I mean, you are weird. Yep. I got auto modded. Oh wait, I read it already. I don't. People always think it's a wet dream if I tell them that. Really?
I know. Fucking password, right? Why don't you try 0814? No! 0621. No, it's 0514.
How's your day, Mom?
Chance, you never know.
Oh, I don't trust him.
Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, tick tock.
Tick tock, tick tock. Oh shit! Did I have to? Okay. Did I have to do it? Lucas likes to play tricks, so don't let him fool you. Okay. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Okay, this is the room. Oh my god. Yeah, because we are men, so that's what they think. Wet dream. Confessed, we stay friends, angry because Kenny interrupted me watching Korean. Oh, Singles flirting and completely. Are you watching Singles Inferno? Because I am, and actually, I don't know. Season 4 is actually kind of like they're a lot more. They're a lot more like. How do I explain this? Oh shoot! Oh, wrong button. More hateful towards each other. It's still better than 3. I like 1 and 2 more. You know, I haven't seen 2. I've seen 1 and 3. I don't know why. I just like. I don't know. I just like refuse to watch 2. Maybe I should. Okay. Password. What password is it though? Fusion 1, shame on you. Fusion twice, still shame on Shen.
Why don't you try 0814?
0814.
0621. No, it's 0514.
0814. 0814.
Well, come on, take a chance, you never know.
I'm gonna put 0814. 08.
Top, tick, top, tick, top, tick, top.
Is it gonna hit me? It's not, right? It's 0814. Yeah, drama wise, 4 is better than 3. I mean, 3 was okay. I feel like 3, there wasn't that much like. Oh. There wasn't that much like. Actual like. Romance. Or drama. It was just people competing. Like, oh, I want to leave with that guy, but they don't actually like do anything about it. Okay, of course. I picked the wrong box. Okay, was this chem fluid? Nothing? Can I shoot the box instead? Oh yeah. I only like one of the girls in 3, and I hate that 3 of them fucking liked it. Yeah, I know, right? Like, I didn't understand why they liked him so much. Oh. Oh! Even I didn't even like him that much either. Okay. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Oh my god! How many tripwires are there? Oh my god! What the hell? Shoot. Hold on, I need to heal myself. Like, holy fuck, how much fucking red paint do you need for me to throw it? I mean, it's kind of funny though. It's kind of funny. Like, I get why they will like him. You know, cause he's like, I guess he's like outside of the norm of like Korean. What is it? Standard. But then like he's not like, you know, sensitive about it. You know, he just have like this cool laid back aura. This American aura is what I'm saying, you know? Okay, like, can I heal myself? It's fine. Okay. Oh. Still alive. Wow! Okay. He ain't laid back. Like, he probably is just because he's a basketball player. Yeah, he's a basketball player too. It's like different because everybody else was like, you know, they all have like the same occupation. You know? Okay, green herb. Anything here? Okay, that is where I came from. I have not gone over there yet. I'm gonna check here. The thing is too, the girl I liked him. The main girl, the girl with the short hair. I forgot her name. Haesung? Is it Haesung? Yeah. I mean, I see why though. Okay. It's a tape right there. There's shotgun shells. Save my game. I liked it the other girl. The girl that he will always fight with. I forgot her name. Is it Haeyoung? She's so funny. No, not Minji. The other girl. Minji was kind of, I don't know. She makes me mad. Girl was crying in the helicopter. That was such I don't know how to explain it. She makes me angry. Like, girl, stand up! Stand up! Haeyoung. Oh yeah, Haeyoung. Is the one I like, I believe. The one he went on a date first, right? Haeyoung? Haeyoung's the girl with the short hair, and then I don't know the name. I'm not good with names. Yeah, bro, she's sensitive for no reason. Yeah, she like met him the same day too. Like, girl, you got so attached over that? Really? You being serious right now? Wait, this is the very beginning. Oh, I gotta walk away. And then this is the safe room. Oh no, wait, this is the room where I got the whatever I got. And I go here. And I'm guessing I have to go over there. Cause fuck the name sounds yeah. All of the names like sound the same. Like the only one I could like differentiate is Minji. Literally just Minji. Okay, I guess I go down. I don't want to drop down though. Uh-oh. That wire. Okay. I'm getting a whole lot of shotgun shells. Racism? I mean, oh, all the names are literally the same. But no Minji, because the whole bunch of guys like Minji. She's our typical soft, I need to protect at all times girl. Yeah! She's a stereotype. Alright, where do I go from here? Do I go up? Hola, shawty! Hola! Saiyan Slayer 69! Love your name. Oh my god! ¿Cómo estás? Saiyan, welcome, welcome. Okay, I really need to heal myself. Handgun ammo? Steroids. What's this? Battery? Oh. I like how she can flip, but I hate how soft she is. She's a soft girl, you know? Okay, battery. I got the battery. I feel like this is gonna fall down on me. And I'm gonna be trapped here. I can just see it. I see it. Put a battery here.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls.
It's a youth FM and dying game? No!
Keep it clean, gentlemen. We have rules.
Rules? What is the rules?
Fuck you too.
What am I even supposed to do? Oh, he's gonna have two of me? Ew, what the fuck is that? Ew, acid?
Fat man down. He was never my favorite anyway.
Is there another one? Is Vommy Daddy? Is that it? Okay. What? How do I get out? Oh, this? Go doggy? Distract him by her? You hear my dog. Wow, what a slow elevator. Okay, over here. What do I do over here? What? Oh, a new room. Who are you? Supplements? Oh, chem fluid. I kind of want the chem fluid. You're next? Okay, I'm gonna drop this. Yo. Take this. Make this. Anything here? Do this track for dog. This track for dog. I don't know what to say. I love my dog so much. Hey, you little cute thingy, huh? Just wanna kiss you, you little cute fluffy dingy. Oh wait, I'm here. Oh wait, is that the password? Hold on. Wait, what was it? It was 14 something, right? 1408. 1408. But okay, I need to return to the Ice Kingdom. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Have fun, Mom. Okay. Also, thank you for the follow, Kane. Kane TR. Please tell me if I'm saying your name right. Welcome, welcome. 1408. Alright, it should be open, right?
No, buddy, this is a test of skills. So,
Oh my God.
don't cheat. That shit you're carrying, get rid of it.
Get rid of it? Okay. Hold on. Guys, I'm gonna take a bathroom break. I will be back. Also, thank you for the hydrate. Thank you. Yeah, I take a sip right now. Okay. No, I'm not gonna hydrate in the bathroom, okay? Okay, I'm gonna go into the bathroom. I'll be back. BRB! Alright, I am back from water in the can! I am back! Okay. What did he say?
That shit you're carrying, get rid of it.
Get rid of it. Everything? Can I keep my knife? Okay, put everything down. This. Alright. Mia? Mia's gone.
Have a nice day.
Lucas, let me out! Oh wait, I gotta... Okay. Do I have to do the candle thing again? The birthday thing? Okay. Do I remember? Yes, I do!
Alright, what do you say we play a little game? All you gotta do is light the
Okay, this is too spooky for me. Goodbye.
Kiss my ass.
It's not that scary. Trust.
There are children in the building. Somewhere. I think. I'm not sure anymore.
There are children in the building. Okay, I remember. We take this. I got stuck here. I literally did this. Wait, what's this? Wait, this is different. Okay. So we just gotta do what I did last time, right? This. Take the telescope. I hate toilet water. Dirty telescope. Do this. Wash it. Okay, girl hanging, bird on building, and a fetus. Girl hanging, bird on building, fetus. Girl hanging, bird on building, fetus. Okay, you. Hello, you. Okay, turn this on. Wait, there's no gas. Oh wait, now there is. Burn this. Now we have the finger. Grab this, burn the candle. Okay, put the finger here. I'm speedrunning this. Okay, go. Grab this balloon. Put this here. Don't stand in front of it, Ethan. Ugh. Okay, quill. Put the pen here. Turn this on. He's gonna stab me. Loser. Okay, then we go over here. Gray balloons are so sad. L-O-S-E-R. Okay, and I take this. Put it here. Is that it? Here we go. It's gonna explode, right? And I'm gonna burn to death. But hold on! One thing's different! This! There's some space behind this wall. Break it! What you... not able to break that? Wait! Do I have to break it before I could? Do I have to break it first? And then? Okay. Okay, okay. I think I got it. Okay, okay. I think I got it. I think I got it. I think I got it. I think. Okay, just think. I don't actually got it. I just think. Okay. But how do I break that though? How do I break it? Okay.
Alright, what do you say we play a little game? All you gotta do is light the candle and put it on the cake.
Kiss my ass.
Ethan?
Light the candle, put it on the
language.
cake.
There are children in the building. Somewhere. I think. I'm not sure anymore.
I mean, that's not funny, guys. There's literally kids dying. Okay. How do I... There's no space behind this wall. How do I get behind this wall? How do I get behind this wall? Okay, grabbing the telescope again. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, what was the code again? Oh. Girl hanging, bird on building, infant. Girl hanging, infant. Ew, what did I return to? Me digging through, like, the toilet. Okay, and I can burn this. Dummy finger. Put this here. Okay. We do all of this first and then figure out how to break that wall before I put the candle in. I don't know why he always stands right in front of it. Like, it's low-key obvious that it was gonna, like, pop. Quill, pen. Put the pen right there. Wow. Yeah, wow indeed, right? What a dramatic way to get a pen. Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Oh god, sister, I gotta show you this. Like, it's you. It's you. You're a loser. I'm kidding. JK. Cecil will remember that. Cause I died to the fire, right? I died to the fire. Gotta make sure not to turn it off. Okay. Oh, hold on. There's a wall? Not wall. How do I get through here? Some space over there. Yeah, what if I do this? Stop laughing. Okay. I'm serious now. Serious Shen. Okay. Can I turn the water here? No, I cannot. If I put a candle there, I'm gonna die for sure. For sure. Okay. Can't get out. We got a big brain moment. What can I change? Can I move this? Can I just move this like over here? There's some space behind the wall. I feel like I have to do something behind the wall. Can I turn this on again? No? Okay, there's a little ladder here. This literally a ladder here. I can literally use that, put it here, and escape to the attic. No? It won't stop coming out. Huh. Main character syndrome. Hi, welcome Miss Valentine. Welcome. How are you? How was your day? Welcome to the stream. Welcome. I am playing Resident Evil 7 Biohazard, and I'm low-key stuck. Your day is coming up? My day is coming up? What do you mean my day is coming up? Okay, if I put the candle there, I'm gonna die. But what if? What if I bring it over here instead? Can I burn this? There's no space behind this wall. Can I turn this? Turn the water back on? Good. I love watching people play it for the first time. I did speedrun the game, so if you have any question, ask me. Ah. Oh, your day is coming Valentine. Ah. Oh yeah, because it's gonna be February. That's right. Valentine's Day is on February. That's good. This is my first playthrough. I have no idea what to do here. Actually, hold on. Let me think. If I put the candle there, I'm gonna die. I cannot turn the water back on because for God knows what reason. Okay, I done that. Game logic. Well, game logic. Can't leave. How can I break the wall? Shen, are you free on Valentine's Day? Am I free on Valentine's Day? I actually don't know. Hopefully. Or hopefully not. Try burning the leaking water. Wait, you're right. No, but it's gonna... burn, isn't it? Huh. Can I do this? It won't let me. Or wait. Or. Okay. Do I have to do everything? Because since I watched the tape, I already know what the password is, right? So I can just go over here, burn it, get the... You know? And then just come here. Okay, you know what? I think we're gonna test run this week. Trial and error, right guys? Yeah, I'm doing exactly what was on the tape. I don't think I'm supposed to do that, right? Because if I take the little screw thingy from the robot, it's gonna leak out... What is that? Like alcohol? Gasoline? Right? Okay. No, don't. Yes, okay, okay. Okay, I got it. Just kill me already, Lucas! Just kill me already! Okay. I got it. Literally just did a puzzle solution. Sorry if I'm backseating. No, it's okay. It's okay. You're good. I'm losing my brain here. Thank you for the redeem. Okay. Trial and error. Okay, Lucas. Cause since I already like saw the tape, right? I don't gotta follow it, do I? Oh, turn this on. Good night, bad gamer. Good night, mom. Have a good night. Make sure you lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closet.
Kiss my
Cause
ass.
I'm gonna lurk. Thanks for coming by, mom. Good night. How long have you been playing this game, Shen? Oh, this is my second stream, so like almost 6 hours. Lucas' segment is a decent segment, but main house is the best segment in the speedrun. You get to go out of the map, that's why I like it. Ah, yeah. So far, I think the main house has been like the best one. Also, the longest one too. Cause I feel like the mom segment with all the bugs, that one was really short. It was really short. Oh, hold on. Somebody's knocking my door. Okay, back. Okay. Loser. LSER. ER. Stop laughing. I won't laugh anymore. Okay. Handle. There you go. Old house sucks for runs, at least for me. Ah, I see. But you do speed runs? How fast have you played this? Like, what's your record? Thank you for the redeem, Senso. Thank you. Okay, turn that off. And then I won't die, right?
Motherfucker! You're supposed to die!
Oh my god! Oh my god! Should I break this beforehand? Oh. I'm still learning, so I'm not 2 hours. Is on my PB. Ah! Must it run RE2 remake? Really? Oh my god, I love RE2. Oh, Leon Kennedy, my love.
That was supposed to be for you, goddammit!
I love RE2. RE2 is probably my favorite game. Like favorite Resident Evil game so far. Okay, the head. I run Claire second. Really? Oh my god.
Fine.
Okay, let's save the game. I love Claire. I mean, God, I love Jill so much too. RE1 is probably one of my favorites too. As much as I hate RE1, I love it. Like I actually love it. It's so bad. Okay, take the knife. Shotgun. Do I need a burner? Do I need it? I feel like I don't. But I should take it because I have ammo on it. First aid. Take this. Take this. Shotgun shells. Grenade launcher. D-series arm. Okay. Do I need these right now? Can I put it away? Who is that?
Mia! Mia!
Mia! My love!
Where are you?
We're just beyond the pier, outside that room. Hurry!
It's Mia and Zoe. Is that Zoe?
Well now, Ethan.
The fuck do you...
Clary runs are interesting. The stress and the rowdy is what makes it stand out for me. Really? I know a lot of people don't really like Claire because her weapons are like
Look, unless you have
kind of
any
hard to
surprises,
use,
I
you know.
suggest you...
Come back to Leon.
Now that would be telling, Ethan. And I don't do spoilers.
Okay. Lucas. Oh, I hear something. Oh, it's right there. The freaking bobblehead. Also, thank you for the follow, Tangen. Tangen. Please tell me if I'm saying your name right. Also, thank you. Welcome in. Welcome to the stream. Tangen on these. I didn't want to say that, but welcome. How are you? How's your day? Organize this a bit. Okay. There you go. Now we're out here. Shotgun? Are we gonna fight him now? Is this a boss battle? The pier. They're on the pier. Okay, I need my crank. Oh, I need my crank. I need a freaking crank! Where's my crank? Right here? Wait, do I not need my crank? Over here. Okay. Okay. Do I need it again? I'm gonna put it back. Cause the crank is like a waste of space. Reload, just in case, you know? Just in case.
I'm coming, Mia.
Coming, Mia. Mia, my love. Okay. Enough? Oh wait, we've been here before. This is the boathouse. Am I even supposed to go there? The pier. The pier over here? Oh wait. Wait, there's stuff here. Shotgun shells? Burner fuel? Am I gonna fight him? I'm getting so much loot. Wait, I need a— oh my god, I need a crank again? What the fuck? Okay, hold on. Let me— What is— it's okay. Come on. Okay, here they come. Here they come, here they come. They did. Okay. I guess I just carry the crank with me. Do. Crank. Where's my crank? The dramatic music. Where is it? God, Ethan, why can't you run faster? Like, there's literally no difference between him just walking regularly and running. Now I could go around. Come here! Oh! Are you dead? Noise. Okay, now I can throw this crank away. Okay. That. Gunpowder. Handgun ammo. Herb. Shotgun. Flame rounds. Is it time to use my grenade launcher? Is it grenade launcher time? I don't know. Maybe. Is that everything though? Nothing else? Huh. Do I need a grenade launcher? I think... no. Save my game. Okay, Lucas, are you here?
Mia.
Mia! Mia, my love! Is she gonna bite me again? That's it? Are you Zoe?
Zoe? Zoe,
Not now. We don't have the time. Do you have both ingredients?
Is she gonna backstab me? I feel like she is. Oh, she wants me to...
And give me the serum ingredients.
She wants me to give it to her right now? Girl, your hands are not even untied yet. You want me to show it to you? What? Okay, let me put this away. Where is it? Oh. Okay, Mia. Not Mia. Oh, okay, Zoe.
Hurry. And give me the serum ingredients.
Don't do anything
Wait.
funny.
There should be enough, right?
I have a
If
gun.
we make them fast enough, my father and Lucas aren't far away.
He's coming. Daddy's coming.
Good. There's enough for 2.
Mm-hmm.
So after we make the serum, what's next?
There's a boat outside. We'll take it through the swamp. But neither of us will get very far without the serum.
Okay.
Hey, one of those is mine.
What the heck is that? Oh my god. What big eyes you have. Oh shit! How do I dodge that? Okay. Did you shoot his arm? No, Phil! What do I do? What do I do? How do I get up?
This is getting old, Jack.
Get up, get up. Hey, calm and steady, calm and steady. Calm and steady wins the game. W aim, W aim. Wait, wait, wait. I should take off his limbs first, right? You don't hit me. Okay. Okay. Okay, noise, noise. What the hell? Oh! I'm cracked, I'm cracked! I'm cracked! Hold on. Burner fuel? Okay, move! Lucas, go! Nice! Oh my god, I'm cracked! Oh my god! You're gonna get me! You're gonna get me! Come here! Oh fuck, I fell. I need to see his underside. Okay, I need you to come back up here. Okay, noise. Oh, what are you doing? What's he doing? He's digging? Oh shit! Oh my god! Suck on these? Reload! Ethan, reload! Is he dead?
Now, I've seen everything.
Can I TP? Oh no, not TP. Teabag. Can I? So welcome back, Chaos. Welcome, welcome.
Ethan, this way.
Uh-oh. Oh my god, he wants me all to himself.
Use the serum on him.
You want me to cure him?
Am I doing the right thing? No, is my wife gonna die? Is she gonna die? Yeah, that means we only have one more serum.
Are you alright?
Yeah.
And I know for sure Zoe's not gonna give it to my wife. Shotgun shells.
I had to use one of them. There's only one left.
There's only one left. There can't just be one left. What the hell are we gonna do now?
No, that to pick? Do I have to pick? No! Do I have to pick? Oh my god! Okay, you know, Zoe, you're... But Mia's my wife. Cure Zoe. Well, what is the benefit of curing Zoe then? I don't know. But I came all the way here to find my wife. You know, we're gonna do my wife.
It's fine. It was foolish thinking I could escape.
But Zoe,
Go!
You can escape.
Go!
She seems, you know, sane.
I'm sure there's someone who can help.
This is my home. Apparently I belong here.
You're sane. You're fine. This is my wife.
I'll send help.
I would choose my wife over a
There
stranger
won't be anyone left to help!
anytime. Bro, I came all the way here to find my wife and I'm gonna bring her back with me. I'm not going home empty-handed. Are you gonna be my wife, Zoe? I doubt that. Did I do the right choice? Oh my god. I think I did the right thing. Maybe I'm just arrogant. I mean... I mean, Zoe did help me. Kind of. Not really. She just bossed me around. I did everything.
Ethan? Thank you.
Who the hell else was I gonna choose?
Ethan.
Why are you acting like that?
Been through a lot.
You should be happy I picked you.
You had something to do with all this, didn't you? Look, I just want to know the truth.
But it's okay, Zoe won't be alone. She has grandma.
I honestly don't remember.
Try. Is that the boat? How the fuck did that get here?
That's the boat that got the slice in half. The Titanic boat. Right? From Zoe's, not Zoe, Evelyn? From Evelyn's, Evelyn's drawing?
What the hell was that?
What the fuck? What is that? What is that?
Maybe I should have picked Zoe. Yes. Wait, am I... Am I Mia? I'm playing as Mia now? Oh my god, I am Mia.
Ethan?
Ethan? No. See, if I knew I was gonna play one of the girls, I should have picked Zoe. Mia seems like such a weakling. Oh my god. I'm back. Welcome back. Back. Wait, Ethan?
Ethan? Ethan?
Is he dead? Ethan, come back! Salcon? Salcon these nuts! Damn, I don't want to play Mia. I wanted to play Zoe! Okay, Ethan, where are you? Zoe has... Oh no! Fucking Mia has no gun. Is Benjamin in this game? Benjamin these nuts. Okay.
What was that?
You're getting your memories back, Mia. Thank you for the follow, Jacob. Thank you. Welcome, man. Welcome. Did my these nuts joke? Was it that good? Welcome. How are you? How was your day? Welcome to the stream. Oh my god, so many new people. I know, right? Oh my god. I'm getting like so many followers today. So it's random because it's a freaking Thursday. Okay, nothing here. Ethan! Can I go here? No? Hatch? Okay, I can't open that. Where do I go? Do I need something to open it? Okay, I can't go through there. There's nothing there. Okay, now I can leave. Oh.
They're all dead. The engine room. What the fuck are you talking about? She killed them all. Fuck. What the hell is going on? We need some weapons. Is there any weapons on this ship? I don't know. But let's go this way. Maybe we can get out of here.
A weapon? Wait, did I kill them? I turned and I killed everyone on this ship? Is that what happened? Or... Okay. Thank you for the head pass, Graham. Welcome, welcome. Hello, cutie. Hey, handsome. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. How are you? How's your day? Right now, I'm playing RE7. And like, we just crashed. I saved... What's her name? Mia. I saved Mia. Oi. Oh shit. I saved Mia, and now I'm playing as Mia. She's not my child. Okay. That is not my kid. I'm doing good. That's good. That's good. She's inside me. She's inside everyone. That's what my mom said. Oh god. That's not my child. That's what she said. Okay, there's a guy right there. It's being sussy, Sensel. Okay, LNG tanker Annabelle. Annabelle?
Settle down, little girl. Settle.
Ah, Evelyn! Evelyn was the one killing them. Why is she killing them?
Are you remembering?
Can I punch you in the face? Evelyn! Come here! So Evelyn was the one who like crashed everything? Who killed everyone? Ladder? Ladder? Child abuse? Okay, okay. If I was the one getting like, you know, beat up and everything, you know? I mean, guys, if, you know, if a kid was like going to kill me, you know, I will hit back. Just saying, self-defense, okay? You know, not all kids are innocent.
Be a family.
What are you talking about?
You said
I mean, if a kid was going to kill me,
tired of the way.
I'm not gonna let that kid kill me. Okay, I need a... What do I need? What is this? A strange bottle. Probably important. Huh. I don't have a weapon! I don't have a weapon! Oh, did I just have to stealth? Okay, this is where I came from. Can I go in here? What is that? Machine gun! Okay. I'm gonna use a machine gun? Where do I get a machine gun? Fuck. Can I break this? Fuck it. Oh my god, Mia. Mia, are you kidding me? You can't punch a box? Oh my god, Mia. Oh my god, Mia. Okay. Close this. I want to loot this place again. Chem fluid. Okay. Go back, go back, go back. No. Okay. No, come over here. Follow me. Chase me over here. Okay, let me loot. I need to loot. Where do I get a machine gun? He's still chasing me? Okay, hold on, let me save. Let me save my game. Handgun? Okay. But I have 2 bullets, not even a machine gun. Why did they give me machine gun ammo then? Why? Why? Gunpowder! Okay, not even okay. That's fine. Purpose fuse. Can I make ammo? 10 ammo. 10 ammo is good. 10 ammo is good. Maybe I should have made a first aid, maybe. That's fine. It's okay. Just don't get hurt. Okay. God, this is stressing me out. My heart is racing watching Mia being chased. She doesn't have any weapons. Oh my god. Come here. Fuck. Mia, you suck! All good, all good, all good. All good. Okay. I'm safe. I'm on floor 1 of the ship. It's chaos. Okay, floor 2. Should I go to floor 2? Oh, it's not on the other side. Floor 3. 6 bullets and a dream. Floor 3. Okay. Oh my god, it's you, little girl. Evelyn?
Watch it.
I'll shoot you right now.
Why?
You need to remember, so we can be a family.
We're family? Watch it? Oh, this. Ah, I thought she was telling me, like, back off. Not like, watch the tape. Wait, this is all the videotapes?
Alan, you're getting worse.
She must have infected me during the attack. And I'm too far gone anyway.
Who is Alan? Are you cheating on me, Mia?
But it serves me right. It's my fault she got out.
Yeah.
And look, he has the same watch as Ethan.
Let you die.
The one that Ethan got
She
when
did
he went inside the house.
It's part of her imprinting protocol. I can't believe this is happening.
Here. Take it. It has her tissue samples. You find her. You fix this.
Okay, Evie. Where are you?
Okay. Wait, now I have a machine gun. Oh my god. Welcome in, raiders. Welcome, welcome. Thank you, Chaos, for the raid. Thank you. Welcome in, everyone. Hello, Sam. Thank you for the hydrate. I'm drinking regular water now. I ran out my sparkling water. I'm back and welcome back, Chaos. Welcome, welcome. How was your stream? What did you play? Did you play the Warriors game again? Special Operations Division. Director Alan Droney and caretaker Mia Winters. Recent reports suggest that if Evelyn remains at her current location, she is at high risk of being stolen by opposing organizations. Your orders, therefore, are to transfer Evelyn to our Central American branch for safekeeping until further notice. During transfer, be sure to adhere to the following protocols. Twas good. Yes, I was on Dynasty Warriors. Nice, nice. That's good, that's good. So very short stream, Chaos. Oh my god, you should stream longer. So I could raid you. Protocol 1. Act as parental guardians for Evelyn at all times to avoid suspicion. Manage Evelyn's vitals via the genome codex provided. If the mission is compromised beyond reconciliation, dispose of Evelyn. Alright. Listen, it's 2:30 a.m. for me and I have work tomorrow. Ah, that's right. That's right. I forgot. People actually have jobs. Because I'm unemployed, alright? You know, I've been living life free. My whole concept that other people actually, you know, have a job. People actually have stuff to do tomorrow. My longest streams are on my days off. Ah, I see, I see. Thank you for the follow, Kit Kat. Patty Walk. Welcome in, welcome, welcome. How are you? How's your day? Welcome to the stream. Climb up? Climb up. It's telling me to climb up. Okay, I came from this door. Should I go over here?
She's close.
Ah! The number display show the distance to the target. Okay. She's close. Can I look at it again? 7? She's in the elevator. Okay. Here you go. Supplements. Herb. 22. What is this? Any key for that? Oh, wait, it's another door. Wait, this is where I came from, no? Wait, I need another door here. Wait, I haven't been here. Okay. Machine gun ammo. Could crouch. Evelyn! Where are you? Okay, that door is blocked. We're gonna kill a little kid today. Okay, that door is locked. Floor 2. Okay, into the elevator we go. Here. Better check the rest of the floor first. I did! Did I not? Am I missing something? The rest of the floor. I went here. Okay. Nothing here, nothing. I can't go through this door. But yeah, I was talking to Sam about the game, we both agree. While the characters have a lot more depth in them now, the conversation come across a bit. Is it actually? Like, it has some bromance going on in it. Oh yeah, I forgot this.
She's vomiting. Damn, I'll have to reset.
Oh no, she's vomiting.
She's vomiting. Far more.
A lot of
excessive
bromance.
violence.
Ooh, can you romance them? Like, is it possible to romance?
More of her ugly friends if this keeps up. All right, we need to find her and fast. This is getting out of hand.
Agreed.
Okay. Find her and fast. They just say, I like you, or like, you're important to me. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. It just seems like wholesome. It's you dead. It's you dead. Find her fast. Okay, Alan. Evelyn, come here. Almost every guy I talk to I feel our faces are linked together, or I'm deeply interested in you. Yeah, that's kinda romantic. Oh shoot. Whoa! Get away from me! The thing is, they're the strongest heroes at a time, mostly bearded, angry-looking guys. Guys, they're just platonic partners, you know? Like, Naruto and Sasuke, you know? Like, two really strong characters, but there's just a lot of chemistry and bromance between them, you know? Okay. Yeah, no, Naruto and Sasuke is gay. Hey, we love the ship, okay? We love the ship. It may not be official, but it's official in our hearts, you know? Come here. Oh my god. I want my pistol back! Give me my pistol back. No one can convince me otherwise. That's very true. Okay. Oh. Come here. Oh my god. Are you dead? Do you have something for me? No? 31? Honestly, I don't know if I'm going the right way. I'm just following the road. Can I go here? Okay.
Alan, I think she's on the other side of this door, but I don't have a key.
Try to melt down the lock. You're on the bottom left. Check our luggage.
Check our luggage. Okay. Chem fluid. What is this? Corrosive? What do I need this for? Strong acid that can dissolve certain materials. Okay. That means I can use this. Okay, why would you just have that lying around? Isn't that so dangerous?
Are you mad at me, Mommy?
No, Evie, I'm not mad.
Evie,
What did you call me?
I don't want to live at the lab anymore. I want
someone's
to
waiting
stop.
for you there.
And I want you to be my
Are
mom.
you?
Okay, Evie.
Are you lying?
I'll be your mom. Just come back with me right now, okay? Where are you, Evie?
Evie, Evelyn.
Evie, wait!
Evelyn.
Did you find her?
Yes, but she ran off. She's making more friends, Alan. Those things are everywhere.
I told you so.
She's the one making them. Okay.
Are you okay?
You just worry about getting Evelyn back.
Where is she? Where are you, Evelyn? Can I just jump over it? Oh my god. Get away from me! Get away from me! Oh god. He's dead. Oh, you dead? Okay. What is this? Remote bomb? Oh, loot? Wait, am I gonna fight something? Okay. Just in case, just in case. Wait for me! Nudes? wait, nudes! Oh shit! Oh, stop! Oh my god. Don't hit me, please! Oh my god, I'm out of ammo. Evelyn! Misheard? Misheard? What do you mean misheard? Did I just wait? Oh, which floor? 3?
Emergency safety lockdown system has been engaged.
Oh no. What floor am I on? Guys, this is like one of my biggest fear. Like getting out of the elevator and like, you know, you climb out and it just, you know, slices you in half. Ah! Oh my god! Fuck. Oh my god. I have zero ammo. Nada. Real bomb? Why do I have so many bombs? What I do with the bombs? Wait, what's this? Alright. Fuck, get out, get out. I cannot fight you right now. Oh, can I just throw at them? Do I go back to Alan? I think I go back to Alan, right? Okay.
Damn it.
Bro, where did you go?
Alan? Alan, where the hell are you?
Where the hell are you, Alan? Can I? Okay, that's blocked. Guess I go there, right? Store? Locked on the other side. How do I? What'd I do? Oh. What the heck? How did I do that? Oh, I just dropped it on the ground. Ah. What? Okay, I haven't been to that door. How do I get to that door? And I can't go through this door. Oh, did I just break it? Is that what I have to do? Just break it? It's locked on the other side. How do I unlock it? Okay. I don't know if I'm supposed to do that. Am I? No? What the hell did he go? What? Look up, look up. Am I supposed to go up somewhere? Up. Perish? I'm supposed to perish? Also, welcome in, mister. Welcome, welcome. How are you? How was your day? Okay, how do I get through this door? How do I get through this door? It's locked from the other side. How do I get to the other side? Wasn't there a guy here? No? Oh. Let me in! Let me in this door! Doing good? You almost up 50 constant viewers? So many today, I don't know why. A lot of people just love watching me play this game. Or just love watching this, what the heck was that noise? Just love watching this playthrough. So I'm stuck, I don't know what to do here. Do I I don't even know if I'm supposed to do that. Okay. It's a circle. We're stuck here. How do I get to this door? This door is locked. There's a ladder. How do I get to the ladder? How do I get to the ladder? How do I get to the ladder? I can't go through here. No. Oh, wait, what? Wait. Oh, did I go here? I have. Okay. It just brought me back all the way here. Oh, okay. I got my knife out. I got my knife out. Okay, floor 3 close. Is it? Evelyn. Alan?
How did you get here?
Where's Evie?
I don't know. She keeps running away.
Without the treatments, she's deteriorating.
Well, it's a good thing we're already dying.
Don't say that.
She trusts you. That little bitch, she never trusted. Okay.
He just called her a bitch.
No, Evie!
Alan, listen.
I didn't mean to call you that.
Calls her a bitch and he goes, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to call you that. Oh god. Damn, no mercy.
Don't touch me, don't.
Goodness gracious, Evelyn. This is so funny. Okay. Oh, this is how I got infected? What is this? Ah, and then I sent a video to my husband, Ethan. Isn't that right? Right?
Ethan. You were right. I did lie to you. I shouldn't have.
Wait,
All
but
I can say
if I saved Zoe, would this?
stay away.
Oh, never
Forget
mind.
that you ever knew
I
me.
forgot this was a flashback.
Have a good life.
I was gonna say if this would have been Zoe instead. I was like, wait, no, this already happened. This is a flashback. We're looking through a old tape. That's right. That's right. Wow! Oh! Oh my god!
We'll be together.
Oh, Evelyn! No, I can't swim! I can't swim! I would have just drowned here in real life. Oh. Look at her smiling while drowning. She's serving face while dying.
Now do you remember?
Yes, Evelyn. I remember.
Can we be a family like before?
No, Evie. We can't be a family. We were never a family. We will never be a family.
Then I don't need you anymore.
Okay. Okay, Evelyn, you creepy little girl. How long is this game? Am I almost finished? Okay. Chem fluid. Do I need anything? Should I make a med kit? I am. First aid. Wait, what's over here? This. Loot, loot. Machine gun ammo. Fluid. Looks broken. Okay. Okay, I need the liquid acid thingy to open that. Anything over here? No? Okay, into the elevator we go. Isn't this dangerous though? Oh, right here. I need to open this. Some kind of tool. Lockpick? Need a lockpick? Okay, so we go back. Floor 3, floor 4. Okay, can't go there. Could either go down. We could only go down. What am I saying? Only go down. Second floor. Can I even go here? Oh, it's locked, right? Okay, second floor. First floor again. I feel like I'm not supposed to go here. That's where we first came from. Never mind. I'm walking back. Oh, Jesus. I can't go here. Let me look at my map. Close the door, close the door. Can I close it? No? Okay. Amazon River Cruise Guide. First aid med. It's too late for us, but at least I can let the world know what happened here. I was on night shift yesterday, so I was taking a nap in the bunk room around noon. I was half asleep, and I heard a kid, a little girl, laughing? Or was that all in my head? I woke up at 7:30. There was some sort of ruckus in the passageway. Drew, one of the engineers, came in and said there was something going on down below. Maybe a riot? He looked pale in the face. He told me he was going down to check it out, but he never came back. It must have been around 7:50 when I heard the scream. I went to the laundry room to check and saw Clark being eaten by some sort of blackish monster. The monster turned and started coming towards me, huge, shark-like teeth snapping in his jaw. I just screamed like a little girl and ran for it. Now I'm huddled up in the bunk room, shaking as I write this. There's a whole host of those creatures lurking in the passageways now. I can still hear their screams now and then, but there's no way of going out there now. That's it. I've written everything I know. Giovanni Finetti. What a name. Finetti. Bunk room? Have I been to that room already? I don't know. Hold on, let me save. F. I searched this already. How do I get out? This just takes me around. Okay, let's go back to the third floor again. Third floor, third floor. I have to find something. Something to open the elevator thing. Hatch. Elevator hatch. Okay, nothing there. Oh. I can't make this. Oh wait, no, it's already made. What the heck? Give me loot. Did I not look at that? Wait, how do I? Okay, stuff over there. Oh, this is a freaking ladder! Oh, guys, I'm so blind. What the hell? I'm so blind! Jesus Christ! I swear to God, I never look up. Never look up. Terrible habit. Alright. Now I can just fall here?
Maybe it still works.
Change camera. Camera. Floor 3. Is the elevator. Oh!
Ethan.
Ethan! Is he dead?
I hope I make it in time.
Should we been over this? Pay attention? I'm trying to pay attention! I just don't look up! How's he breathing?
Liar! Stop it, Evelyn!
Ouch.
Fucking hallucinations. Where is she?
Evelyn. Gunpowder. Nothing here? Nothing? Okay, let me look around first before I move into a different room. Nothing? Anything else here? Okay, let me go inside this room. Captain's cabin. Ah, machine gun. Now, how do I... Is that a machine gun? It is, okay. Lug wrench. Ship map. I want the machine gun. Okay. Oh, this door just goes here. What's over here? I hear something. I don't have a knife. Give me a knife. Oh, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Let me cream. Love your name. Love your name. Are you a creamer? Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the bonk. Thank you, thank you. Right now I'm playing Biohazard RE7. First playthrough. Oh, wait. Remote bomb. Okay. I have a remote bomb. Kitty. Okay, do I just go back then? To the bridge. I went to the captain's. And then I guess we just go back. Is it this way? This way, this way. Wait, no, I can't even go there. The door's open, but it's blocked. Okay. Back to the elevator. Am I gonna take fall damage? Okay. How old are you? Oh, how old are me? I'm 22. Love the giggles. Thank you, thank you. I'm a big laughter. I laugh at everything. You know, even though it's a joke, I don't understand. I don't know. I don't know why I'm laughing. Lewis, the cable is completely fired. Hold on. There's something there. Hello? No, don't go down! No, go back up! Mia, oh my god. Mia. No, I wasn't trying to jump down. Oh, go back up. Back up, go back. Okay. Hold on. Lewis. The cable is completely fired. We have a replacement, but we had to use it to fix something in the floor 3 sick bay. You're gonna have to go and ask Dr. Waddle for it. I'm needed down in the number 2 engine room, but I can't get down there unless we get this thing working. Dwayne. The Rock? Okay, it's done. Oh, welcome back. Welcome back. I am 22 in case you didn't heard. Yeah. Okay, what is this? I got a knife! Okay, nice. Corrosive. Alright. Oh wait, I read this already, right? Yeah, I did. Wow? What do you mean, wow? Wow? Thank you for the redeem. What do you mean, wow? Wow, like, oh, like I'm disappointed. Like, wow, like, oh, I'm surprised. So I'm gonna make some ammo. Give me ammo. Set remote bomb on the ground. Okay, he's gone. Remote bomb? Where? I unlocked it. You don't sound like my age? Really? How old do I sound? How old do I sound? Oh my god, he's blocking my bullets. Stop blocking your face! Nice. Okay. Stay down. Machine gun ammo. What's in here? Nothing? Oh god. About 19, maybe 20. You know, that makes me feel good. I get told a lot. I sound like a little 16-year-old. Yep. A pre-puberty kid, you know? It wants to open. Is this a puzzle? It is a puzzle! It is a puzzle. Okay. This goes like this. Red on the bottom. And then right side up. Yeah? Okay, corrosive. Thank you for the hydrate! Thank you, thank you! I have a water bottle here. Low water. It's so healthy for you. It's good for your health. It makes you feel all like good inside. Thank you for the redeem, Graham. Thank you, thank you. Oh, he has no arms. Okay, I have no ammo. I can knife him. Come here, come here. Fuck! I'll knife you. Okay. Are you dead? Can I go here now? Oh, I could. Am I even supposed to go up here? Lockpick. I can't hit that. I don't have any ammo. Can I throw it there? I can't hit it. I can't hit the bubble head. Oh, it's fine. I am pretty sure I missed like a bunch of them. It's fine. Okay. Follow the route. Oh my god! Oh shit. Run me out, run! Run me out, run! Oh my god. Are you dead? Are you dead? God. Sneak attack. It is. Okay. Wait, wait, wait. I can make ammo. I have 10 bullets. 16 years since the nightmare of Raccoon City. Raccoon City! The survivors are still suffering. Okay. Should I do this? Kick his ass. Nice work. Thank you, thank you. I'm a crack gamer, alright? I'm a crack gamer. Captain's lock key. Okay. Remote bomb. Strom cam. Okay, where's the captain? The guest room? Wait, where was the captain's room? Office? Recreation room. I'm in the 2nd floor. Okay, it was on the 4th floor. Okay. Oh. Thank you for the hydrate, Yue. Thank you. Welcome in, Yue. Welcome, welcome. Welcome in. How are you, UA? Okay, we're back here. How are you, Shanor? I'm doing great. I woke up, ate some food, and then I started streaming. That's basically all I did. Oh wait, now I can get the little boba head. Okay. I'm good. I've been busy, really. How's school? How are your studies? Okay, I went to this room already. This room. The only place is down elevator? Or up elevator? Wait, down. Hold on. Okay, I want to go to the recreation room. Let's go down. Can I go down? Am I even able to go down? No? Oh, climb down. There. Semester ended. I got straight A's. I'm just being a human now. Nice, nice, UA. Oh, shit. Nice. Good job. Okay, run. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Why is there so many? Don't follow me. Get out. Oh my god. Go in! Oh my god, don't follow me, please. More items. Yeah, you wanna fight me? Stop! I will stab you! I will penetrate you, bro. Stop eating me! Oh my god. Nice, nice. More remote bombs. Alright. I don't have any weapons except for this freaking bomb. Okay. Was it worth it coming here? Probably was. Just make a run for it. Go, 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 go. Wait, these emotes are kind of fire? Oh, thanks. I made them myself. Floor 3. I know, girl. Yep. I'm actually so proud of them. I'm so proud of them. I should make more. I should be making more emotes. I have so many slots open. They need to be filled. This is control room. How many frames? For the jumping ones? Not that much, actually. Oh. Bro, can you make a feet emote? You want me to make a feet emote? Please don't stand up. Please don't stand up. Ow! Wait, I could... Is he dead? I could make a feet one. Maybe. We'll see, we'll see. Can we twin? We could twin. We could. UA are iconic feet emotes. Is that feet I smell? I smell it. I throw this on the ground? No, no, no. Oh my god. Is he dead? Please, this is the only weapon I have. Don't get up. Okay. Can I pick it up? Oh my god, I'm cracked! No. Okay. Should I just make another... I need ammo. I just make ammo instead. Okay. What is this though? Am I... Power cable? Cable. What do I need the power cable for? Well, I can't go here. Sick bay shaft. No? Okay, we go up. Wait, is the key for the... I think the key is for the machine gun. Select an item to use. Antique coin. Go up. If we go down? Okay, captains. Oh my god! Oh! Jesus Christ! Here? Close the door! Close the door behind me, please. Machine gun. Come on, you gonna open it? No? Get out of my door! Stop going! Oh my god! Ah! Okay. All good, all good. Okay, go down, Mia. Right here. I need a fuse. Okay. We have placement the cable. Okay, got the cable. Number 2. Oh, engine room, but I can't get out unless I... Okay. How do I... Where do I go now? Then. Went here. Stock room. Maintenance room. The office. How do I get to the office? Now what? Everywhere. from 4 to 1. Okay. No, I need the elevator to get to the office. Okay, I need the elevator to get to the office. What? Locker room, rest area? Where have I not gone yet? Dining room, bunk room? Okay. I need a fuse. Where do I find a fuse? Elevator? But I hardly even know her! Alright, save my game. Are you playing on controller? No, I'm playing on mouse and keyboard. Yes, sir. No, why? Because the first person shooter game. You know, when I played... What did I play? RE5? With mouse, with controller, I couldn't shoot for shit. Alright. Oh, okay. Okay. So 4th floor just brings me here. Okay. Now I need to open that door. Okay. Yeah, when I was playing Dead Space with controller, I couldn't shoot for shit. Okay, what floor is this? Floor 2? Do I need anything on floor 2? No, floor 2 is where I was, right? Let's go floor 1. A fuse. Oh my god. Oh, he's still alive? Oh my god. I thought he was dead. That's why I stopped shooting. Nothing here, nothing here. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to be here. Oh, go here? Oh, never mind. I guess I can't go there. Come out, Pew. I know you're here. Wait, can I just steal the fuse from that door? Put it in the elevator? Right? Is that possible? I could, right? Oh. Now how do I... The ladder. Not the ladder, the stairs. Stairs. Not the stairs. How do I get back then? Okay. I'm up. Oh. No. I'm on top of the elevator though. Oh wait, no I'm not. Oh, I'm inside the elevator. I thought I was on top of the elevator. I'm so dumb. Okay. It's fine. Okay, what do I do now? Go to the bottom level and save Ethan. Oh god! Ethan, my love!
He's waiting.
Okay, be quiet, you little girl. Dramatic music! I hear it! Okay. Nice, nice, nice. Remote bomb. Give me loot! Handgun ammo! Let me reload. Nice, nice, nice. Good job, Mia. Good job, good job. Handgun ammo. Machine gun ammo. Is it boss battle? Nothing here. Alright. Alright, I done stuffing my face with chips. What kind of chips? I would love some chips right now. I would love to just snack on something while I play this. Stop! Go. Ew! Stop spitting me! Come on. Where is he? Where is he? Come here! Come here. Get up! Oh, he's dead. Okay. Oh! I was trying to hit him with my knife. Am I supposed to... Oh, there's a door right here. Lay's original? Ooh! I love Lay's originals. Love them, love them. I love the hot ones too. The hot ones are really good. But you know what? Lay's original, I like it when they're wavy though. You know, like the wavy ones. It's like, I don't know why, but like the wave gives it like the extra crunch, you know? Does that make sense? Like it's like an extra crunch. Yeah. Have you had the Muncho chips before? No, I have not. I have not. Makes sense? More surface areas? Yeah, right? Okay. Come here. Do what? Ethan!
Ethan.
They're actually really good, really. Maybe, you know, if I find them, I'll probably buy them then.
Ethan? Hey, shh.
What?
I know. I'm not gonna hurt you. Hell, I never would have if I could have helped you.
Daddy? Father?
I'm no killer, son. Neither is Marguerite, nor my boy Lucas, or even Zoe here. That girl, Evelyn, she did this. What the hell is she? Now, what did she do to you? She infected us with her gift.
But yeah, you see the muchos, it's like $3 for a bag. Really? Wait, $3 is so like for a big bag? Maybe I'll consider it.
So she infects you, and then she
I haven't bought chips in so long. It's been a while. I've been munching on like gummy bears, guys. Like the peach rings, like the gummy sharks.
You can't fight back.
You are connected to her, and you can't resist the urge to. Oh,
Hey, what about
a
Granny?
different person after that. Just like
Is
me.
Granny also
So Mia
like
sent that message because of Evelyn.
connected?
Listen, the girl just wants a family of her own. She's the key. All right? You find her, and you stop her. Ethan.
I don't really remember actually. That's okay.
Please.
Have you played Control? Control? No. I don't believe I did.
He doesn't love you. I can make him love you.
Don't hurt him.
Silly, I told you I'm not gonna hurt
Are we playing Ethan again?
Don't you dare.
So what? You're not my mommy. Remember?
Yeah. It's a game that fucks with your head, but you can girl boss your way through.
There's no time.
Oh, I see.
You have to get out of here and find her. Here, take this.
What? Wait, what are you doing?
What?
What are you doing?
Saving your life.
Did she get infected again?
I won't be able to resist for much longer.
No.
Now go kill that little bitch.
No.
She got infected again? What a waste of serum! Mia, my love! Mia, my love! Emergency exit.
Okay, you little bitch. Where the fuck are you?
Everybody just calling her a little bitch. That's so funny. It's so funny. Oh, fuck, I don't have my guns. It's all your fault. Wait, who's the little bitch? Evelyn. Evelyn. Little Evie. Find her and kill her. Oh, I escaped the ship. Okay. I hear something. Factory? Okay. No way the water is this deep. Is it? Okay, Ethan. You can now carry more items. February 18, 1892. There's a collapse in the Patterson mine. Tuan and Beckford are dead, and Huxley will never walk on his own again. Old man Stan was right. The ground there is too unstable. February 19, 1892. The company's not going to send us any replacements. They want us to work double shifts instead. I can't wait to get back to the old country. Alright. Abercrombie. Saltmine. South Dolby. It's sounding like you're almost done with the game. Am I? How much longer? Should I just finish it today? I was thinking of like finishing... Well, ending it here, actually. I was thinking of like ending it here, actually, and finish it on Saturday.
Find evidence of a skirmish. Evelyn? Negative. However, we did find several encrypted messages from the baker's son Lucas to an unknown third party. You can probably guess who that was.
That's just great. We've had reports using the abandoned
That's
mine
just
south of the property.
great.
I'm gonna go have a look.
Roger that. We'll meet you at those coordinates.
Go in the
You
mines
encounter
now.
Evelyn, orders
Typical
are shoot
RE
to kill.
games.
Repeat. Shoot to kill.
Shoot to kill! Then right, I'll shoot to kill. Hold on, wait. Did I get my stuff? You've taken Mia's things. Enhance. Do I not get my gun back? At least I still have my grenade launcher. Oh wait, I do! Hold on. Should I take my mag? I barely even use my mag. Shotgun. Burner. First aid. G7 handgun. Handgun. Shotgun shells. Burner fuel. First aid mid. Wait, what's the diff? Oh, I can only carry 3 at a time. Herb. Should I take the lockpick? Antique coin. I have 4 coins. What's this? Steroids. Oh, the mag gun. What is this? Stabilizer. Ship swamp lab. Okay, so we escaped the house. Oh, thank you for the follow. Great underscore answer 2. Welcome, welcome. You only have 2 areas left. Okay, 2 areas left. Photo. Are they watching us from the helicopter? Alright. No, I will finish it on Saturday. The salt mines and the finale. Yep, I will finish it on Saturday. For sure then. Alright, hold on. Let me save. Boathouse. Wreck ship. Alright. Oh, I don't. How do I end? Oh, should I raise someone? We should raise someone. Should I raise someone who is also playing? Nobody I know is. Nobody I know is online right now. See, it's like for someone who's also. Oh, okay. Let's raid. Let's raid. We're gonna raid Snail. Should I raid Snail? Wait, is she even online? Hold on. Seneca, I could. You know what? We are gonna raid Seneca. Okay. Because he raided me last time like 3 times and I haven't raided him. Tens? I'm not gonna raid tens, alright? Who do you think I am? Okay, who do you think I am? Oh shit, was my... Alright. Alright, thank you everyone for coming by. Thank you all for joining. We're gonna race Seneca. He's playing Hollow Knight. Thank you all for coming by. Thank you for all the follow. Thank you for all the resubs. Thank you for all the lurkers who came by. Thank you all for joining. Thank you everyone for saying hi. Welcome, newcomers. Hope you guys all have a good day. Make sure you lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closet, cause I'm gonna lurk. See ya later. Next stream is gonna be on Saturday, so see ya. Bye bye.
Modded on PC.
Pog.